A very good morning to one and all as we welcome you once again to the Digawati Sporting Complex here in North Trinidad. Cool conditions, not the brightest of sun. In fact, we've had some good sunshine, but then we had a little cloud cover just blocking the sun for the moment as we get ready for the start of this game. Guyana against the Leeward Islands in the U19's Rising Stars Women's Championship. Guyana won the toss and opted to bat first, and it is captain against captain, would you believe it? Laureen Williams opening the batting for Guyana up against Jazara Claxton, the captain for the Leeward Islands. And bang on target to start things out. So another interesting round of matches starting today. The players have had an opportunity to probably just relax a little bit, do some additional work, I would imagine, but probably given a couple of days off. The last game was Saturday, so they've had a full 2 days. Here's another one drifting down to the leg side. So good positive start this from the Leeward Islands. Guyana obviously needs something here. Trisha Hardat, Laureen Williams, the captain. Crystal Durant, who's at the non-strikers end, is the vice-captain. Shawnette Belgrave, Tia Isaacs. And that one is pulled away. It's in the air, but it's going to be a sitter. And really, not what the doctor ordered there, because Catherine Rosario takes a sitter of a catch, and without a run on the board, Guyana have lost their captain for no score. And really, what a blow, an early blow, because she is one of the better batters on this team. A full toss, but it was dipping on her just about knee height. Took a leading edge and just skied. And Catherine Rosario says, "Thank you very much." And just like that, Guyana have lost an early wicket. Not what the doctor ordered as far as the Guyanese are concerned, but the Leeward Islands would be over the moon with that. Sienna Bakoye. So what a start. This is not for one. And where did we see that before most recently? And there's another one just striking on the pad again. And not sure if she got some bat on it. She might have. But certainly Claxton is revved up here now. Again, another full pitch delivery on the full. But starting outside, just striking her just outside her leg stump. And to her credit, she's actually trying to keep the ball up, to pitch it up. She hasn't really hit the pitch as well as she would like, but at least she's keeping it up. There she goes again. Another full toss. This time it's a no ball, just over the waist. So that's the first run of the innings. It comes by way of a no ball and a free hit. So Sienna Bakoye now with a chance. And this one she hits, and but again, because it's a free hit, she probably would have been hoping to do a lot better with that one. Couldn't get it away. And it remains 1 for 1. 5 balls gone in this over, 5 legal deliveries. So Claxton trying to close it off strong. That's a lovely shot, just wide of the fielder running down there at long on, and they're able to get the first boundary of the game. Gabriela Harilal running around there, but the ball was just a little too far away from her. Another full toss from Claxton, but at the end of the first over, they've gone to 5 for 1. So when you get an early breakthrough, that sort of eases the pressure. But what it does, it kind of sets you up to want more. You obviously trying to put as much pressure as you possibly can on the opponents. Aaliyah Weeks. So a wide signal there, so immediately straight down that leg side. Leeward Islands will be hoping that they could really slice through this Guyanese batting as quickly as they possibly can. They do have the firepower to do it with the ball, and then their batting, it really looks potent, especially the top half. Yep, if they can really get Guyana out for a small total, but there is a nice lift-in delivery. Bouncer early in the over. Welcome to the crease. And again, Weeks probably doesn't have the amount of wickets that her efforts deserve, but you could see she is a hard trier and has bowled. I mean, this is common among most of the teams, the wides, either wide outside the off stump or wide down the leg side. That's been prevalent, probably too prevalent, and as I speak, there we go. But that has been commonplace, as I said. However, in between all of that, you could point to somebody like Aaliyah Weeks as a bowler with a tremendous amount of potential. There is a lot of raw material to work with. She's not the biggest, but again, not everybody has to be big and strong in order to bowl properly and to bowl quickly. And she does have good ingredients, as we say. That's a good shot, but again, they can't take advantage of it. Durant was just trying to place it. She didn't really hit it hard. Just tried to run it through the offside. And there's a third man, a backward point, a cover, an extra cover, and a mid-off. Then there's a mid-on, a mid-wicket, a square leg just to the right of the umpire, and a fine leg. That's a good delivery again. And this is what I'm saying. When she gets it right, she is a real handful. And but again, as is so often the case with players at this level, boys and girls, or male and female, they're not as consistent. They're not as consistent. They don't hit the wicket the same way all the time. And a lot of times things like that happen. And it's something that I'm sure the coaches are aware of, and probably are working on their effect on the various teams with their players. But the players now are the ones who are going to have to put in the work, do the hard yards, and try to minimize the errors. And wide outside the off stump, but again, you could just see when she gets it right how difficult a proposition she can be. But that's the trick here. She's probably tired because she's thinking a lot, not so much about her bowling, but about not bowling a wide. That's kind of like how it goes in your mind mentally, and it affects everything else. There we go. So she just has to forget the wides and just concentrate on what she can do and what is repeatable. So she just bowled a good delivery there the last time. Let's see if she could repeat it again. And that's more like it. Right on target. And now she just has to bottle that up so that when she starts her next over, tell herself that is exactly what she's going to do. 8 for 1 after 2. So Claxton it is, who is going to continue as she tries to tighten up here. She has a wicket to her name already. She got her opposite number, so she must be feeling pretty good about herself. Here she goes. And Rosario having to do like Shaka Hislop there and pull that one in from going past her way down the leg side. Again, much better delivery here. And she too has a lot on her mind because she hasn't been pitching the ball consistently on the wicket, although she hasn't gone for many. It was a full toss that was played away down behind square for the only boundary of the game so far. And that's more like it. She's another one with such a tremendous upside. Jazara Claxton, already playing for the senior Leeward Islands team. And of course, with the West Indies U19s coming up, they are keen to be on that team. And there she goes again, another no ball. So it certainly is a great opportunity for these ladies. There should be another ball at least, because is it that she has been taken out of the attack because of the persistent no balls? So that is what transpired there, because I didn't see the warning earlier, but that was the second one, well, more or less the third or fourth one that she's bowled on the full. The first one was hit down behind square for 4. This one was, they only got a single, but it was a no ball signal. And now Warner has to finish the over. Lianga Warner. So certainly, and that's put away nicely. Short ball, pull. Does it have the legs to get to the boundary? It will now. And that's a good shot there from Durant. A real half tracker there, and given the full treatment. Not much that Skerritt could do about that. And again, and they thought about it for a moment, and they could have easily run another, get a run there, but it's a wide signal. Now there is something that is, okay, here we go. This is what I was trying to verify. The first ball she bowled would have been the free hit ball. And now she's produced a wide, so she still has 3 legal deliveries left. That's another good shot once again. Probably they should be running 2, but they're a little bit lethargic. And they'll have to settle for the 1. And that's much better. So she's warming to the occasion, Warner. She has good support. You can hear the spectators or her teammates screaming her name when she's in the field. And right on target again. Not as quick as the others, but good lines from her after that initial half tracker. She's pulled it back nicely to end the 3rd over. 17 for 1 now after 3. So again, a real dilemma for the Leeward Islands. Their captain and one of their key bowlers pulled out of the attack after just 2 balls. Well, 1 over and 2 balls, 8 deliveries she bowled. But she bowled a series of full tosses, waist high or above, and paid the price. She's been pulled out of the attack now, and for the rest of this innings is unable to bowl. And the umpire is going to spread his wings. So the Leeward Islands really are proven to be their own worst enemies here. They're gifting Guyana runs. They got the early wicket without a run on the board. But since that time, they've not been as consistent as you would have expected them to drive home their advantage. A little bit closer to the target here. Now with Claxton unable to bowl, somebody like Weeks may have to shoulder greater responsibility, and that's why it's so important that she really try and find a good line and a good length. And just a single out of it. You can see Durant not afraid to put bat to ball, but once more we're looking at the inability of the bowlers to consistently hit the target or hit their lines, get their lines right. And like I said, this is not a knock on this team, it's all the teams. We see it so often. And in between all of that, you get deliveries like that, some really peachy ones. It makes you wonder how it is they're not able to consistently do this. Part of it might be fitness, part of it might just be preparation, part of it might just be understanding of their own mechanics. Making sure that wrist is behind the ball, making sure that their body is, the front foot is landing in the same place, the hip movement is the same, the arm action is the same. And if you repeat that, as we say, chances are you're going to, more often than not, hit the target. Another peach of a delivery. That's more like it. you can see she's a little bit winded right now. The hands on the hips. She's like pulling in air there, looking for room, for breathing room, as they say. She's probably not used to bowling 3, 4, 5 overs on the trot. She may have to today. But that's another good one. So a pretty impressive over there from Weeks. At the end of it, 19 for 1 after 4. So just 2 runs coming from that earlier Weeks over. Pretty good over, one would have to say. Just 2 runs. You'll take that every time in a limited overs encounter. Now, instead of Warner continuing, we have a bowling change. So Warner just bowled the 4 deliveries to end the over that started by Claxton. And now Courtney Brown is taking up the attack. So Brown with the responsibility here to replace Claxton in earnest. So far, so good. She apart from bowling the wide down that leg side, they could just pull things back here and just consistently bowl one side of the wicket. But that's a good shot. They might get a couple here, and that's brilliant fielding. She tried to pick it up in one hand and maybe try to wing it decent, and really good fielding out in the deep there. Sikinya. Or Sequina, decent. Slightly slower delivery, but this time the line is so much better from Brown. And not a bad effort. Good ball, good batting, and good fielding. The return probably wasn't the best, but good cricket all around. So, the Leewards really now looking for somebody to fill the breach here left by the unavailability of their captain, Claxton. Who was pulled out of the attack after persistent no balls, high-pitched deliveries. So a good over. A good first over from Brown, and again just 2 runs coming from it. It's 21 for 1 after 5. So they're going to have to really dig deep here now. And the other girls are going to have to really pick it up for their captain. And that's brilliant from Weeks. Like I said, every so often she produces something that just, as the song goes, just makes you want to go, But can she consistently do that? And that is what professional sport is all about. When you're playing at a higher level, consistency is the name of the game. And again, the wides coming back to haunt them. That's very well played. And good fielding also in terms of the field placing. They're going back for a second, but the return is not the most powerful from out in the deep. And the batsman easily completing the second run. So another couple to Bakoye. And right on target. So that has been the MO for Weeks. You have to kind of take the good with the bad, I suppose. But when she's good, she's brilliant. And then she might just spoil all her good work with a wide or two. Here she is again, on target. And given the utmost respect there from Bakoye. And that is understandable. If you're not comfortable, don't go through and maybe damage yourself. You're better off just aborting that and then starting again. That's the end of a pretty good over. And 4 from it, including a wide. But 25 for 1 after 6. So again, if you're just joining us, Guyana won the toss and opted to bat first. Their captain, Laureen Williams, felt she wanted to post a big total and try and see if her bowlers could then limit the Leeward Islands under that score. But things haven't gone according to plan just yet. They've lost. She was the first to go, falling to her opposite number without a run on the board. So another wide delivery from Courtney Brown. And pitching up nicely, and just going past the edge of the bat. And again, that's not a bad delivery. In fact, it takes a thick outside edge, and surprise, surprise, they didn't even bother to take a run, and that seemed like it was a comfortable single, but they opted not to. But also give credit to Boyles, who was close enough, but she never had a chance of stopping the ball, but she did enough to throw them off. Kambala Pali doing the fielding there. We're going to look to her to score some runs again. And that's even better from Brown. Tucking up the batsman, not giving her much by way of options. So the sun just trying to come out here in all its glory. It's certainly not the brightest that we've had, but it's still bright enough. And to see it bowled, that's a beauty of a delivery. Just coming down, probably coming down the wrong line, but she has been getting the ball to just move away, and Durant played down the slightly inside the line, and she has to go for 8. Bowled by Brown with a beauty. And that came back at her there. Right through the gate it went. And they now find themselves 26 for 2 now. After Guyana, that is, after they won the toss and opted to bat first. Daniela Hicks is making her way to the crease. So a good opportunity for Brown to keep the pressure on here. This has been an impressive over so far. Just a 1 wide from the first ball, but she's been spot on ever since. And again, so that ends a pretty impressive over. Just the 1 run coming from it, and at the end of it, it's 26 for 2 now after 7. So a great opportunity for the Leeward Islands here, just to keep the pressure on Bakoye. Now a lot of the burden to score runs for the team falls on her shoulders. And that's a great shot, and she's going to get a boundary. She didn't try to hit it too hard. She just went with it and helped it on its way. Very, very nicely done indeed. Aaliyah Weeks just a little too short. And she got inside of the wicket and placed it well away from the fielder at fine leg. Picked up an easy boundary there. Not much that Dayson could do out there in the deep. So now they've opted to put another fielder there. There are two fielders on the one at deep backward square, one at fine leg, and a third man on the boundary. So 30 for 2, Bakoye on to 11. So they're gonna need her to really keep going here and try and see how best. As again another stifled appeal, but making life very difficult indeed is Weeks. Like I said, if only she could find some consistency, she would probably be a wonderful bowler. And that's a bad miss there. The keeper, who was almost falling down like a baseball catcher, but the ball somehow eluded him. Rosario had one catch already, in fact, to dismiss Williams. But that's well played. It probably was well played because the ball followed her. I don't think she was in the ideal position to play that shot, but she'll take it all the same. So Hicks is off the mark. Umpire just having a word with her for the running to run off the wicket, not down the track. That ends the over, and again Weeks not for 15 from her 4 overs, 33 for 2 now after 8. So it's going to be Brown who's going to continue. Bakoye, really a lot resting on her shoulders now. And that's more like it. She's probably going to have to try to score off every ball now. If she's not going to make a big shot, then she does the smart thing. Just push it and run. Run it down to third man or to fine leg. It's a single every time. And that has to be the thinking now. See how many of these singles they could pinch without taking any risks. And if you get a bad ball, well, then you deal with it. And this one again is in the air, and that is the end of Hicks. She goes for 2, trying to hit it across the line again, similar to her captain. It hits the leading edge, and it just spoons the catch. And she was trying to take it from just outside the off stump, but she has to go for 2. Again, Rosario moving smartly from behind the stumps. So now they've lost wicket number 3 now. It's 34 for 3. Brianna Samaru. So the left-handed Samaru is out there. Covers all the stumps. She almost bats on an off stump. And there's one striking her on the pad, and she's out LBW. She covers all the stumps. It was so noticeable that anytime you beat the bat, you're probably going to hit her in front of the wicket. And it just took the one ball from Brown. And it's just been clipping the top of middle and off stump. And she goes LBW to Brown. 34 for 4 now. So the Leeward Islands making some swift inroads here. Latoya Williams makes her way to the crease. And really just relieving the pressure. That would have been a hat-trick ball there, 2 in 2. But because it's a wide, she'll get to do it again. So a little bit of a, I'm not sure why, but she pulled out of it early. Well, not very early because the bowler was in her, almost in her delivery stride. There's another one just pitching up here again, causing all sorts of problems there. 35 for 4. Durant out for 8. Williams for no score. Hicks for 2 and Samaru without scoring. And there's another appeal, and problems for the Guyanese batters now. They're having real difficulty getting the ball away. And that one would have been touching down just outside the leg stump. And once again, Rosario has to do better with that, just to keep the pressure off. It's already a wide. You don't want to compound it by gifting them a run. You can see her disappointment because she knew she could do better. Again, very well bowled. She's found that line, she's found the length, and she's just hammering away there. And as a result, she bowled another beautiful over. 37 for 4 now after 9. So Latoya Williams it is who is going to try and hold on Kambala Pali. Stifled appeal first up. So Sainavik Kambala Pali. And again, almost playing it back to the bowler. And here is another delivery that goes right through her, just clips the off bail. Again, trying to swing across the line there. Latoya Williams goes without scoring. Bowled by the very impressive Kambala Pali. She is impressive both with the ball and with the bat. The googly just spun away and just did enough to clip the off bail. And that is the end of Williams. So 37 for 5 now. And they just continue to So Guyana in real strife here now. They've lost the top half of their baton. Oni Bakoye is holding out here. And they just seem, Tia Isaacs is out there now. Again, another nicely flighted delivery. She does give the ball generous flight. And because it's so unusual, most of these batters are accustomed to playing the ball at eye level. When she throws it up above their eye levels, they tend to lose their shape a lot. And here they go again, and she's on LBW. Well, just as I was making the point, from the moment she throws it up in the air, they all seem to, as we say, drown in honey. And they all feel that the only thing to do is to swing it away because it's coming at them so slowly. And this one under full, and it might have just hit the leg stump as she was swanting across the stumps. But Isaac goes LBW to Kambala Pali. So 6 wickets down now, and already she's only in her first over, and it's like she's simulating Mitchell Stark. She has 2 wickets already in the over, looking for a third. but she won't get it there. Just played out in front to end the over, and at the end of that over, 2 wickets down. It's 37 now for 6 after 10. So Trisha Hardat is out there. And they really need something from somebody other than Bakoye. And she's finding an inspired Courtney Brown. 3 for 7 already. And 17 dot balls. And when you consider that the Leewards are without their captain, Claxton, and this one is going down leg, again trying to go across the line slightly. So Guyana really they have to dig deep here to get themselves out of this hole. Courtney Brown doing her part, 3 for 7. She's in a 4th over. Right up again. And really demanding respect from the batters, and Bakoye under no illusion at all, because of all the bowlers, one would have to say that Brown has been the most consistent. We've just seen Kambala Pali for just the 1 over so far. And a wide delivery, just as I was praising her consistency, she makes it as if to embarrass me as a commentator. She produces a wide. But that has been the Achilles heel for most of the bowlers on most of the teams. So it's not something unique to the Leeward Islands or Guyanese. It's all the teams. And that's a good shot. That's excellent batting there from Bakoye. Now, she probably could have pushed hard for a second run, but again, given what has transpired, I think she would take the single. There's just two legal deliveries left in this over. So she's obviously thinking maybe I could start farming the bowling a little bit and limit the amount of damage the opponents can do every over. Again, Brown really keeping things quiet and at the same time picking up wickets. That's a deadly combination if you're a Guyanese batter right now. She'll take that. And boy, do they need it. They need runs. They need a lot of it too. 40 for 6 right now. And we're in the 10th over. So you'd have to, we're in the 11th over rather. You'd have to say they're going just under 4 and over, which is not bad. But they've lost 6 wickets. That's the downside to all of this. And it's the entire top order, barring Bakoye, that has been swept aside. So the end of another impressive over this from Courtney Brown. Her 4th, 3 for 10. It's 40 for 6 at the end of it. So this fourth round game is tilted decisively in favor of the Leeward Islands. Can they finish it up here now? There's another stifled appeal. I don't think the batters are reading that googly at all. Every time she pitches it, they seem to be at 6s and 7s, as we see, unable to read the spin. This one is hit in the air. This could be caught, and it's dropped. She attacked it beautifully, but then she probably got too much under it, and as a result, Boyles was not able to haul it in. She probably got under it too much, and then found that she had to check a little bit, stop her progress, and it went right through her hands. So that could so easily have been another wicket. And that would have been the big fish there, Bakoye. Nevertheless, she goes on to 14. The score is now 41 for 6. And that's a beauty. Came right through the gate. And that is the end of Trisha Haddad, bowled neck and crop for no score. So Kambala Pali is doing real damage here, as she has really gotten among the wickets here and ripped out the middle order of the Guyanese batting. They're in dire straits now. As they take a break, it's 41 for 7 now. 11 overs and 4 deliveries gone. Welcome back, where again the slide continues here for Guyana as they desperately need somebody to stand up alongside Bakoye. But so far that has proven to be elusive. Shawnette Belgrave is out there now. And they're hoping that she could do something. And for whatever reason, Belgrave wasn't happy. I don't know if somebody was saying something, but she seems settled now. So here we go. Another peach of a delivery. So 41 for 7 it is. And that's a good shot. She's going across the line quite a bit there, but she's going to have to hurry for that second run. Just a little bit of a bubble in the field, and they're able to take advantage of that. And not for the first time, we've seen Shequania Descent attack the ball, but then lose it at the very end. 13 overs completed, 43 for 7. So Kambala Pali has 3 for 3. She was bowling like Mitchell Stark there. There's a stark contrast, is it? One is a spinner, one is a very fast bowler, swing at high speeds. I wonder how many West Indian batsmen have big insurance on their toes and then the instep. He seemed as if he targets that repeatedly. And I have a statement here from the president of the West Indies Cricket Board, Dr. Kishore Shallow, based on the events of yesterday when the West Indies men were bowled out for 27 to lose the third and final test to Australia in Sabina Park in Kingston, Jamaica. Really a disappointing result. And he says, like every West Indian cricket fan, I felt the pain of our recent test defeat to Australia. The result hurts deeply, not only because of how we lost, but because of what West Indies cricket has always represented to our people: pride, identity, and possibilities. There will be some sleepless nights ahead for many of us, including the players, who I know feel this loss just as heavily. And a wide delivery there. But while disappointment is natural, we must not allow this moment to define our journey. We are in a rebuilding phase, steadily investing in the next generation and reigniting the spirit that has long made West Indies cricket a force in the world. Progress is rarely straightforward. It takes time, perseverance, and belief, especially in our most difficult moments. The road ahead will test us, but I have faith in the talent and commitment of our players when they apply themselves. And up and down the line again. This has been good bowling from Courtney Brown. We have already seen encouraging signs, particularly with the ball. Our batters are keen, but now must be even more deliberate as they work to improve. Now is not the time to turn away. Now is the time to stand even closer as a people. And brilliant again. Peel for a catch at the wicket, not out. Rosario was confident, but the umpire is unmoved. So again, now is not the time to turn away. Now is the time to stand even closer as a people. These are the moments that shape us. As an immediate step, I have advised the Chair of Cricket Strategy and Officiating Committee to convene an emergency meeting to review the recent test series against Australia, particularly the final match. To strengthen the discussions, and another nicely lined delivery from Brown. And to strengthen the discussions, I have extended invitations to the 3 of our greatest batsmen ever, Sir Clive Lloyd, Sir Vivian Richards, and Brian Lara. They will join past greats Dr. Shivnarayan Chandapal, Dr. the Most Honorable Desmond Haynes, Ian Bradshaw, who already serve on the committee. The engagement or disengagement is not ceremonial. These are men who helped define our golden eras, and their perspectives will be invaluable as we shape the next phase of our cricket development. And that's well played again, but can't get it through as the over comes to an end. A pretty good over. And she finishes, she has 11 for 3 from her 5. It's 44 for 7 now after 13. So, here is the always dangerous Kambala Pali. Whether she's bowling or batting, she just seemed to be that way. That's a good shot. In fact, that's very well played. That's 4 runs. Well, from almost out of nowhere, Belgrave comes to the party with a scorcher. Very well swept indeed. And just to go back to that statement, we intend for this gathering to result in tangible, actionable recommendations. Consistent with my message over the last weeks, this is a moment that calls for collaboration, not division. We need everyone on board, fans, players, coaches, legends, and administrators, if we to truly move forward. Here she goes again, trying to go with the tide. There's much work to be done, but we must do it with purpose, and we must do it together. A statement from the president of Cricket West Indies, Dr. Kishore Shallows. And again, she's really deciding that she's going to fight fire with fire here, Belgrave. She's not allowing the bowler to dictate to her. And again, so she's pulled out the sweep shot, pretty much how Brian Lara dealt with Muralitharan back in the day. And Belgrave had decided this is the best way to handle this young lady. And Bakoye is doing her part here. She realizes that she has a willing partner. In Belgrave, so hopefully they can stitch something productive together here. So another quick over completed at 49 for 7 now after 14. So 3 for 8. So now we saw this young lady earlier bowl just 4 deliveries to end the over, the Claxton over, her second at where she was pulled out of the attack for bowling too many over-pitch deliveries or high full tosses. And she was pulled out of the attack. And Warner came on and finished the over for her. She bowled a half tracker first up and was put away for 4, but she pulled things back nicely ever And so now they're going to call on her. It was a bit surprising that she was actually taken out of the attack. I thought she came back well after that first ball. But we'll see if they're justified in keeping her, holding her back. Lianga Warner. And this one is in the air. She was trying to swing it away to the leg side. Got spun around entirely. Hit it probably close up to the glove. And that's nicely played, but again, hit too well to the point where they cannot get a single. Weeks is out there, and so a good shot reaps nothing. And again, she's really found a nice little line here, bowling on a consistent line. Forcing the batters to have to respect her persistent line and length. And as so many before her, she slips one down the leg side. It's again, all of a sudden she's just shifted her line just that little bit, and on both occasions she has drifted down the leg side. When prior to that she was persistently outside that off stump, just outside. That's well played, and just over the head again. Weeks was there, but she couldn't get up in time. She couldn't time her jump well enough, and in the end, it's another big hit there for Belgrave. She picks up a boundary, much needed, one would have to say, and brilliantly done in the end. Down to long on it goes for 4 runs. 55 for 7 now after 15. So this young lady continues here. She's going to throw a 4-2 for now. And I think if there's anybody, it's Belgrave, who has shown the greatest resolve in batting against her. Although Bakoya has done reasonably well, but she's been ultra defensive against her. And even then you could see she couldn't really take advantage. Lovely skies. If anything, they're very high indeed, those clouds. So it could be that Bakoya decided, well, let's just see out Kambala Pali and take our chances against everybody else. And they're going to have to hurry here. If she hits, she's out. And she might still be out. And she is. Well. Trying to take a quick single there, but could not make it down. Belgrave, Shawnette Belgrave was struggling. The initial throw missed. Now, she started early. She just couldn't get it. Claxton had a shot at the stump, missed. But Rosario collected the loose ball and broke the stumps, and that was the end of Belgrave for 11. She goes run out, very unfortunate indeed. And the slide continues. It's 56 rather, for 8. So, Rebecca Clito has arrived at the crease, and they really need her to step up as well, everybody, and well, everybody else, because it's just one other wicket to go down. After this pair. Clito coming on to the front foot, Clito, and pushing it back along the wicket. The question is, when the ball is given that little extra loop, how does she respond? And she's bowled. She goes right back onto that back foot, and again, because it's googly after googly after googly from Kambala Pali, somehow they don't seem to be able to read it, especially after it pitches. It's going to move back at them, especially to the right-handers, and they seem to jump when the ball pitches and moves, and they're in no position to play it. So what a good delivery there, bowled all over the shop there by Kambala Pali. So she has her 4th wicket now. And it's just been a procession here. And Danielle Mams is making her way out. So Danielle Mans is the last batter for Guyana. So she survives the one delivery to end the 16th over, but the damage has really and truly been done. 16 overs gone, 56 for 9. And Kambala Pali 4 for 9, Brown 3 for 11. And Guyana really, as they say, sliding away here. And they have brilliant conditions here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. Really nice, green, lush conditions around the mountains. Blue skies with a few white clouds, but very high. So brilliant sunshine. And as if to add more salt in the wound, Gabriela Harilal is going to come on. So she's bowling left arm through and around. Very capable little left-arm orthodox spinner. She's decided she's going to, there's a deep backward square, there's a deep mid-wicket, and now there's a long on. The mid-off is back, almost to the edge of the circle. And on the onside, they're going to come into play here, that deep backward square. And they will settle for the single. That's Warner parading out there. So, Mans is going to come on strike now. Bakoye, who's up to 15, must be thinking, why did I take that single so early in the over after just 2 deliveries? And that's a wide. It took a while to get there. She really doesn't put any pace on the ball at all. It's just a slow burn from the time it leaves her hand. And I would imagine the batters have plenty of time to change their minds as to which shot to play. And they kind of get themselves confused. And here they go again, trying to force it through the onside. And that must be a real asset for her because it's so slow sometimes that I feel the batters just get themselves in a tangle. And here it is again, the ball just taking its time to get there. And by that time, even if she gets a little bit of turn, it just kind of turns away from you. Or if it comes in with the arm, it still deviates off the wicket. And sometimes that's enough to get a wicket at this level. Again, nice, generous flight, but she's doing well. She's kind of holding it back. She's not pushing it through. Nothing doing there. Can't get it through. The end of a pretty good over from Harry Lal, her first. And it's 58 for 9 now after 17. So you can see the flags fluttering there in the breeze. So a nice little breeze blowing across the ground. Here in Diego Martin, those flags are at the eastern end of the ground. Leeward Islands Cricket Board, the Guyana national flag, and the Trinidad and Tobago national flag as well. But this young lady has really been a revelation. Every time she bowls, she gets wickets. And she won't get away with that one. It's a wide signal there by the umpire. So again, just easing forward onto that front foot there, Bakoye. You could see it's almost like it's a deliberate plan on her part to play out Kambala Pali. And she's into her 5th over now. And there's a stifled appeal for an LBW. Not out, says the umpire. So she's living dangerously there because remember, it's googlies that are being bowled at her. So I don't know if she can play the sweep shot just as we saw from Belgrave earlier. That was the one time that the batsman looked in control. Another good delivery, but started too wide. Rosario not happy. Being Rosario. That takes it up to 60 now. And doing well. So I'm almost convinced that is a plan here to see off the brilliant Sainavi Kambala Pali. She has 4 for 11. And figures spoiled here a little bit. They might get a second run if they hurry and they decide to go for it. And they'll get it too. They might actually get a third run. But neither batter seemed interested, although the ball had eluded the keeper. So they'll settle for the 2. So now she has 4 for 13, 62 for 9. This would be her final ball. And this over. Again, starting wide outside the off stump. She's gone around the wicket now. You can see her striving for this final wicket here. That will give her 5 in the innings. She won't get it there. But 4 for 14. Brilliant indeed. As over number 18 comes to an end, it's 63 for 9. So there's the mango tree. A couple of days ago we were here, a lot of ripe mangoes were on the tree, and we got a 2-day break, and it just seems as if somebody, I'm not pointing any fingers, somebody seemed to have helped themselves. Here's another slow and sort of labor delivery. It takes forever to get to the batter. I wonder if I should make a report. Missing mangoes. Again, very slow. The ball almost not getting to the batter. So this is in itself a bit of a challenge, because Mans probably would like to get on with things here. And Harry Lal really just, you know, in cricket we call it generous flight. This is overly generous flight. But she's smart. She's not flighting it and giving them half volleys. They have to work for it. So she's just pitching it in front of them. And I don't think they're brave enough to step out of the crease. Mans doesn't look intent on playing that way. So she's just sitting back in the crease and waiting. But only finding that there's no pace on the ball, no speed at all. So she would have to impart any kind of power. Which is good bowling, because it really taxes the batters now, forcing them to have to do something that they have not been able to do all innings long, to try and get on top of the bowling. That's the key here. And there's another one, nicely fighted, and they're going to get a single 2. And that was generous flight, but very well played in the end from Mans, who stayed deep in a crease and pulled it to the onside. She is off the mark. She's 117. It is to Bakoye, 63 for 9 now. Or Smith got 64 for 9 after 19. And there's, what type of mangoes are those? That's not a rose mango tree. It's dudus. And a nicely laden mango, that's more like it. This is the time of the year. And again, it's just part of the greenery here. So, wonderful setting here in Dingo Martin, right in a nice little basin. Sea's not too far away, Just that you have someone who has a peach of a delivery. They're all googlies. They're all turning back into the right-hander. She's outfoxed quite a number of them. Of course, there is the water wheel, not too far from here. And if you follow the road that is going around the ground, you could probably drive straight up towards a little bit of a lookout there that will take you over on the other side to the sea. It in the air, just eluding the field. There are 3 of them there, and but it doesn't go to hand. Close enough, but as I say, close enough is not close enough. So she eventually gets away with it, and you could just see the hands go up in the air. And Harry Lal thought for a moment there that she had it. It never went to hand, so for all intents and purposes, it was not a catch. She goes to 2 now. Bakoye is on strike. And very well played. But again, Bakoye has decided that she's not going to risk anything against Kambala Pali. She's going to play her out and take her chances elsewhere. Quicker delivery now. That's very well played, but brilliant. Very well stopped again. And you could see the camaraderie. They're enjoying each other's company out there right now. A little bit of turn back in there. And very well fielded. That was Weeks doing great work there. So a decision was made. I don't know who made the decision, but whoever it is, Bakoye has decided if she's going to out, it mustn't be to anybody else, but not to Kambala Pali, because she has decided she's going to play her out. Her 6 overs completed now, 4 for 15, 65 for 9. I'm not sure what the players did in their couple of days off. I wonder if they went to the beach, maybe had a little bacon shark up in Maracas, put their toes in the sand. Or maybe went to movie town, catch a movie, and have some popcorn. That's a regular cinema fare. Have a popcorn and a drink, or a hot dog and a drink. But now you have a much wider variety. Cheerios, M&Ms, you name it, they have it. Onion rings, any number. There's any number of options, but it's also any number of things to take what little money you have. And again, you could see them, the man's not able to get her away, and Harry Lal is keeping things very tight indeed. Bakoye stranded at the non-striker's end, probably anxious to get up at that end. And that was a real moon scraper, as they say. It was high in the air, and it just came down and landed like a meteor lands on Earth. And it just hits the ground and dies. And another one just pushed away nicely. That was very well played in the end, but can't get a run. So the runs have dried up now. We're in over number 21, 65. And one again hit back past the bowler. And the end of a maiden over for Harry Lal. So excellent bowling on her part. There is the scorecard. Doesn't make for good reading. 21 gone. It's 65 for 9. So this is the battle here. Who's going to win this battle? Is it going to be Kambala Pali, or will Bakoye finally get on top of her? But if she's trying to bat her out, well, then she just has to keep her out for this over. And very well played again, but no aggression. She's not even attempting to play an aggressive shot. It's all been pure defense. She has to be careful because the ball does spin after pitching. So she just has to be very alert. Can't get a run. So it's been a real, almost as if once she's bowling at this end, it's like the runs have dried up. The game is being played at the other end. Unfortunately, Man is at the other end. And Harry Lal is proven to be a real handful for her. So at both ends, Guyana's innings has stalled somewhat. That's a good shot. That too could run away. It's a long chase. It's rolling, 4 runs. It's taken a while, but they finally have something to cheer about. And it wasn't that bad a delivery, but it was wide enough, giving her enough time to get across, and she did well. Got on top of it and placed it even better. So she goes to 21 now, and the next best innings so far was 11. So she is almost double the next best batter, and that came from Belgrave, who spent a short time but made good progress, a couple of sweep shots. Another wide, signaled by the umpires. And just as we were talking about how brilliant it was, here comes a little bit of dark cloud rolling in. Almost as if to remind us that we're in the rainy season, so at any time, regardless of how well the day has started, there's always the prospects of some kind of rain somewhere. And that's very well played. That's a gorgeous shot. She mightn't get a boundary, or will she? It just slows up in time to allow Warner to track it down. And she'll pick up 2 more. So good batting from Bakoye. Really carrying this Guyana innings here now. 72 for 9. The question is, will that be enough? And there's the googly again. Just a little too short. And so that's the end of Kambala Pali's effort. 4 for 22 from her 7 overs. So 4 wickets for her, and it's 72 for 9 after 22 overs here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex. Like I said, it's become a little bit cooler. There's a little bit of heavy cloud rolling over the hills that we would have seen earlier. And I was just trying to remember some of the other landmarks we have in the Diego Martin areas close here to the Diego Martin. The secondary school is there. The bus terminal there where the buses used to turn around is there. You have the water wheel. We have Blue Basin is higher up. I haven't been to Blue Basin for a long while. River Lime. And of course we have the Meritones Steel Orchestra right behind us here. And there are a couple of other single pan bands, so small conventional steel orchestras in the general area. Of course, we're close to the Diamond Vale area. Another slow burner from Harry Lal. There is no pace on it at all. So Harry Lal, or Gabriella, as I think she's properly addressed, cutting away but can't get it through. Now the irony is that Harry Lal has been bowling almost exclusively to Mans Whereas at the other end, Kambala Pali has been bowling almost exclusively to Bakoye. And Harry Lal cannot seem to induce a fall shot from Mans, and Bakoye she was determined not to make a fall shot against Kambala Pali. So in a way, the runs have kind of dried up. We just had a boundary in the last over, but that has been long in coming. So this has been a real slow burn here. It's almost like the action is grinding to a halt. But 22 overs gone, we're in the 23rd. Here's another one, slow and early, taking its time to get there. As a batsman, you can almost spin around twice and then hit it on the third spin. It's so slow. Now there's a mid-wicket, fairly deep, a backward square, halfway out. Here she goes again. And that is going to be signaled a while. Mans was not interested. So Harry Lal trying to induce her to come out there outside the off stump and have a go. I wish she was strong and deliberate. She could hit it over the top, but I'm not sure she's built that way. That doesn't seem to be in her armory at the moment. Here's another skyscraper there that goes high in the air and then just lands, poop, and almost like a wedge shot in golf. It's almost like the ball dies and stops there. 73 for 9 after 23. So again, a lot of conjecture about West Indies cricket and the future of West Indies cricket and what is to happen with West Indies cricket. Even Al Jazeera was discussing West Indies cricket this morning, the international news provider. And if you were situated under a rock someplace, the West Indies were bowled out for 27 yesterday by Australia. Mitchell Starc with 6 wickets for 9 runs. And then Boland with a hat-trick in Test cricket. I think became, the 10th Australian to get a Test hat-trick. Playing in his only Test match of the series. And Weeks is back. And again, she has done an admirable job. Of course, plagued by wides, primarily down the leg side. And I'm sure she would want to keep things tight here. Don't want to give them too many runs, 74 for 9. Given the state of the women's game, sometimes 74 could be a challenging total. We saw Guyana beat Trinidad and Tobago. And this is the end of that. Man is bowled neck and crop for 2. 24 not out is Bakoye. And they're all out for 74. So 23 overs and 2 deliveries. And that is the end of that. So coming back nicely there and wrapping it all up was Weeks, Aliyah Weeks. And that, as they say, will signal that, as they were all out for 74 runs. So it means Guyana will need 75 for a victory. And that is going to take a Herculean effort on their part to try and see if they could stop it there. So that is the end of the story. 24 top score, 24 not out by Bakoye is the principal scorer for the Guyanese after they won the toss and opted to bat first. And the next best score was 11 from Shawnette Belgrave before she was unfortunately run out at 56 for 8. So the wicket fell at 0, 0 for 1, 26 for 2, 34 for 3, 34 for 4, 37 for 5, 37 for 6, 41 for 7, 56 for 8, 69 for 9, and then eventually 74 all out. Actually, that should have been 56 for 9. Because the 2 wickets fell in quick successions when Kambala Pali bowled Clito. And so that was that. So that has been the scorecard. Again, the impressive figures of Courtney Brown, 3 for 11, but it was Kambala Pali. Her 7 overs cost her 22 runs, but she picked up 4 wickets. We'll take a break and come back with more in a short while. Welcome back to the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, where we have some good news. We did have a little bit of a delay because of rain, a heavy shower just as the innings ended. They took the lunch break, and here we are getting ready to go. Again, Hardat is getting ready to pick up the attack for the Guyanese. They desperately need to do some damage early with the ball. In fact, if it's a popular saying, they need a Mitchell Stark performance here today in order for them to get through this very powerful and very potent Leeward Islands batting lineup, especially at the top of the order, because this is where they are so capable. And the first delivery from Hardat is a wide, so not exactly what they would have been hoping for. But there is this young lady, Kambala Pali. She has been very prolific with the bat, and they're going to need to really restrict her as much as possible. Sainavi. And here we go again. And so this is really where it is for and there she is trying to get at it outside the off stump. And just losing her patience here a little bit. And those are deliveries she doesn't really need to play at. And she just has to be very patient. She doesn't need to play those deliveries that are so wide outside the off stump. And again, a nice bit of movement there from Hardat, Trisha Hardat. After two wides, produced two good deliveries, but again, everything is fifth stump outside the off stump. And I don't think Kambala Pali needs to play at those deliveries, but she obviously has a good look at them. And here she goes again, driving and missing. So a big comeback this from Hardat after the two wides early on. And look at the curl, the ball just moving away from the outside edge. And this time, that's very well played. That's 4 runs. That's a gorgeous shot to get off the mark. Pitching up this time, but more onto the middle stump and dealt with beautifully by Kambala Pali. And she didn't try to hit it too hard, but she placed it almost equidistant between the middle one and the middle fielders, and not much they could do about that one. Bakoye could only watch it scream across the turf. And again, that one is hit hard, knocked down. They're going to have to run, and that is so unfortunate. She is run out without facing a ball, Boyles. And she is not happy. The run, it was not really on because the ball didn't go anywhere. And to her credit, Hardat reacted quickly. And you look at it here, the chance went, the ball didn't go very far, but she picked it up and had the return low down. And that was that. The bails removed there. And really, what a bit of misfortune here, but it's the wicket, and that means that Guyana got what they wanted. They got an early wicket, and now they have the captain, Jazara Claxton, strolling to the crease. The return was low down and taken nicely by the keeper. So Jazara Claxton makes her way in the middle. Remember, she bowled 6 deliveries, but she bowled a couple full tosses, waist-height full tosses or above, and was pulled out of the attack. She was stopped from bowling for the rest of the match, of the innings. And this one is hit nicely. She's going to have to hurry again. Another chance at a possible run-out. And finally, an interesting over comes to an end. And at the end of it, it's 7 for 1. And it's almost as if the 2 innings are going to mirror each other, because at the end of the first over, it was 5 for 1. So Durant it is who's going to pick up the attack now. Again, these players really they just need to be aware of what is at stake here. And they really have to cut out some of the tendencies. They bowled the wides and extras. I think there were 25 extras, most of them wides, in the Guyana innings. And when you consider a total of just 74, it tells you a third of those runs came via extras. Here's Durant and bowling and wanting a single there. Again, she ran almost 3/4 of the pitch and then went back. So she more than ran a single. Luckily for her, the return was not a good one. Claxton on 1. She's a very aggressive type of batter. And hitting this one into the gap. That too is going to run away for 4. The fielder at mid-off there couldn't get around in time, and it just sped away from her. Another full toss. This time she took full advantage and stroked it away nicely past the mid-off fielder down to the long-off boundary for 4 runs. So this pair could be a very, very dangerous pair. In fact, if they bat for any extended period of time, it could spell trouble for the Guyanese. Umpire Maria Abbott, just making sure that everything is okay. Bakoye. And again, that's another brilliant shot again through the covers it goes, and that too is going to race to the boundary for 4. What an exquisite extra cover drive for 4 runs. A half volley that was given the treatment again. She didn't hit it too hard, but she placed it beautifully and got just reward. Big chase there, but to no avail. Brianna Samaru. And again, this time it's knocked down. And the captain in the way there, showing good coverage. Lauren Williams sacrificing her body there. She's trying to get everything behind the ball. And that's a wide that they're able to complete a single. She wants a second. They're going to have to hurry here. If she hit, she was out. And that was really dangerous running there. No need. They already got the run and they got the wide, but she was keen on coming back. And Claxton had to put in the dive. Now look at where she is. Look at where the ball is. The fielder has the ball in her hand by this time. She's only now starting her run. And watch at how much time. Unfortunately there, Williams took aim and she couldn't hit all 3 stumps. She was facing them. Maybe she should have removed the glove to get a better grip on the ball. And but as they say, that's water under the bridge now, but that was a great opportunity there for another wicket, and the crucial wicket of that, of Claxton, and she almost gifted Guyana a second wicket. How did she miss is probably what Latoya Williams is probably asking herself there, but that would have been a brilliant run out and a crushing blow for the Leeward Islands. Instead, it's 18 for 1, and Claxton, who is now dusting off herself there, she's on 9. There was really no need for that second run. They didn't have to risk it. They have all the time in the world. The weather is much improved, and the total is not a particularly formidable one. Just 75 needed, but boy, she's looking to get there in a hurry, if she can. Flicked away. That too is going to run down the hill. And this time they decide against risking a second run. And the over finally comes to an end. So after 2 overs, it's 19 for 1 to Leeward Islands. So again, the strength of the Leeward Islands top order batting is what is on display here. And Guyana would do well to restrict them. Now they've already gotten Boyles. Boyles is a dangerous customer, but so too are these two, Claxton and Kambala Pali. They complement each other very well. They're both fairly aggressive, and they're both solid batters. So you have to be on your P's and Q's here if you are the Guyana fielders. These two left-handers, they don't muck around much. Yes, another one pushed back in the air a bit, but it's going to go down the hill. That's 4 more. Well, Claxton is like a lady in a hurry. Her that was pitching up again. She played it back in the air. She might have gotten a fingertip to it, but it screamed past her. And again, it split the mid-off and mid-on fielders down to the boundary, straight boundary for 4 more. The other one went all along the ground. This one went in the air a bit. And that's brilliantly hit, but 2 straight. And she can't get it through. Stopped nicely there in the end. Picking it up Bakoye. Getting her body behind it. But that was such a full-blooded drive. And again, this time, that's 6 runs, the first of the game. Over the long off boundary for 6. Talk about experience coming to the fore here. Pitching up right in the slot. Thank you very much. And watch it go. Claxton probably saying, boy, you all stopped me from bowling, but you didn't stop me from batting. And she's giving it the full treatment now. And again, she's looking for more. And, but she's only going to get a single. But you just see the intent here in her approach. Hicks down there. Doing well, getting her body behind the ball. And making sure it doesn't go past up. So 30 for 1. We're in the 3rd over. And more runs. Another boundary. That's 4 more. This time it's Kambala Pali, the right-hander, doing the business. Really, there's no respite for this Guyana attack. Both batsmen going full blow. And the scoreboard is ticking over rather quickly. We're still in the 3rd over. It's 34 for 1. The Guyanese, they only got into the 30s in the 8th over. And again, more runs, probably just a single. the Captain Williams, Laureen Williams, tracking it down. So finally the third over comes to an end. It's 35 for 1 now after 3. And that over went for 16 runs. So and it included a 6 and 2 4s, and they were just teeing off there. And talk about two batters complementing each other. And they did say that the Leeward Islands batting is a little bit top-heavy because this top three, are as good as any 3 in the tournament. And on any given day, they could take the game away from you in a flash. And Guyana, they're experiencing that firsthand here now. And what they need to do is try to remove one, if not both of them, and try to expose the middle and lower order. That's probably the best chance here now. And again, a wide delivery. And Durant, not happy. But she does have the capabilities to do damage with the ball. It's just that these two put so much pressure on you that there is no margin for error. They've already posted 30 in 13 deliveries together. The left-hand, right-hand combination. And here we go again. Kambala Pali rotating strike here. And that is what makes that second run when she almost got run out so bizarre. Because they know the strength of their batting and just what they're capable of. There's no need for them to take any sort of undue risk, especially with the running between the wickets, because they know they're so potentially, they could be so dominant with the bat. And from around the wicket, this was Durant pitching up there. And Claxton, for once, treating it with respect. But I'm not sure if she reproduces that delivery, if Claxton will treat it the same way. So from around the wicket, here comes Durant, Crystal Durant. Here we go. It's in the air. She could be out caught. And she is. Well, a full toss. Now, what was the height of the full toss? That's probably the next question. But so far, it looks like she's going to have to go. It really was a gift to her. Oh, that's over the waist. And unfortunately for her, the umpires didn't see it that way. And the catch is taken. Bakoye holds on for dear life. And she has to go for 21. And a real gift of a wicket there for Durant. But they're going to take it right now. Guyana happy to see the back of her. 37 for 2 now. And there's a happy captain there, Laureen Williams. And certainly the umpires could have ruled that might have been above the waist, but they didn't, and she has to go. And that brings Catherine Rosario to the wicket, the wicketkeeper. So the Leeward Islands well ahead of the asking rate here. And trying immediately to swing that one on the onside. And now, based on the shot she played, you would think that ball was heading down the leg side because she was going right across the stumps. to try to maybe just deflect it away down the leg side, but she missed out. And again, trying to go leg side, struck on the pad. And, but again, it begs the question, why is she even bothering to try to hit across the line? She hasn't really middled the ball as yet, but yet still she's going for her cross-batted shots. When your current strike rate is over 10 and over. No need. All she needs to do is just rotate the strike as much as she possibly can and keep the scoreboard ticking over. She's survived that one. 37 for 2 now after 4. So what a start this has been for the Leeward Islands. They lost an early wicket, but they've been able to pull things back here quite nicely. So Trisha Hardat, it is who's going to continue. She got roughed up in her last over. Let's see if she can turn things around here. And a nice line, good length as well, not too full. And forcing Kambala Pali to treat it with respect. This time she's going, using her feet, gets it into the gap, that's 4 runs. A nice little shimmy down the wicket. Got it where she wanted it to and just helped it over mid-wicket for 4 more. A deliberate shot. She was deliberately getting under the ball. She got under it and lifted it over the inner ring and placed it well away from the long-on fielder. Into the 40s they go now. They need a further 34 runs. They have 184 balls to get them. So again, as they say, the bat is beginning to look as broad as a door now. As she starts to express herself a little bit more. She could continue to just play on merit. She doesn't need to do anything too extravagant or take too many risks. And again, she's trying to repeat the dose here. This time, you could see her, but the ball was better lined more towards the off stump. And again, she's coming with that little shimmy down the wicket. Trying to shorten the distance between her and the ball. Trying to get it as quickly as possible and using the pace to get it away. Rosario now trying to get her innings started, yet to get off the mark from 4 deliveries faced. This is a much better over from Hardat. The last one went for 19, or rather went for 16, I should say. This one, that's another good hit, but again, just knocking down there. That's good cricket from Williams, the captain. So one more to the score, pushes it to 43 for 2 now after 5. Just by way of comparison, after 5, the Guyanese were with 21 for 1 after their 5 overs. Here, the Leeward Islands are off to the races. They need just 32 more runs for a victory. Remember, their target is 75. And this one is turned away. She's been trying that shot all along. She should get a second. And, well, that is careless running there because that ball traveled so far, traveled very close to the boundary. And here was Mims having to run a long way to her left just to corral the ball, or Mans rather. And they only ambled the one run. I almost said they scampered one, but there was nothing scamperish about that one. That was just a lazy jog for a single. And that one is turned away into the gap. That could go close to the boundary as well. In fact, it's going to run into this forward square leg boundary, and that's 4 more. So maybe that is why they decided to just take the one and not go back for the second run. They have this all worked out, that it was Kambala Pali who was going to do the heavy lifting. And she obliges with another boundary. She goes to 19 now from 13 deliveries, keeping the pressure on Crystal Durant and company. Long off, or fine leg being adjusted slightly to her left. And again, a wide delivery down the leg side. But you could see Durant trying to pitch it up. She just got it wrong, but she's probably aiming for a yorker here, trying to get it under the bat. So the current run rate just tipped under 10 now. It's 9.19 runs per over, the current rate. The required rate is 0.88. More runs. That 2 could run away for 4 runs. From the time it beats the inner ring, it's racing down the hill. And even though we've had some rain about, the outfield is still fairly quick. And Mans could do nothing about that. From the time it passes her at that backward point position, it was off to the races. So 4 more to Kambala Pali. She goes to 23 now. And the score goes past 50. It's 53 for 2. We're only in the 6th over. And more again. Into the gap it goes. And that's 4 more through extra cover. Brilliant shot making here. And there is no respite for the Guyanese. The runs are flowing now. And Shawnette Belgrave was the one on this occasion who had to turn and chase. But from the time it went past her, it was always going to be a hard task for her to catch up with that. Another brilliant cover drive from Kambala Pali. And she was again going after that one, but misses out, but not by much. Durant, to her credit, not afraid to pitch it up, because she knows Kambala Pali cannot resist that cover drive. She was going to throw the bat at it. She's on 27 now from 16. The score is 57 for 2. And again, with a bat as broad as a door, as they say, she just plays that one down defensively, gets a round of applause. 57 for 2 now after 6. So a real examination here for the Guyanese bowling. They're under the pump here. They really need somebody to tighten things up here. And the skipper has decided Hey, she is going to take the responsibility? No. She's going to man that, it looks like, as she's trying to see if she could manufacture a wicket or two here and slow down this runaway train that is the Leeward Islands batting. Again, it's their top order that is so prolific. And Donnelly mans. See the little leg spinner, can she produce something? And the first delivery is a nicely floated one that just bit a little bit, and Rosario not able to catch up with it. But she has to be spot on here because these two are taking no prisoners. Can't get that one through. Standing in the way there is Hicks. So Mans, after a decent start here, but she must recognize that Rosario is standing back in her crease there, deep in her crease, waiting to go onside. And this time she got a full toss, but she could do nothing with it. And again, Mans has to be careful here with gripping the ball. Every time it runs across the turf, it probably picks up a little bit of moisture. And that's a good delivery, good length too, but again, Rosario is going nowhere. She's not coming forward. She's just trying to play it from the crease, if anything, from the back foot. So she too might be advised to try to come out into the front foot to get to the pitch of the ball, especially if Mans is going to pitch it up. That is what she's been waiting on, to be able to sit back and one bounce over the deep mid-wicket boundary. The ropes out there for 4 runs. So Rosario goes from 2 to 6 with one swing of the bat. And the score goes to 61 now for 2. So they're just picking their spots here. And again, and this one she misses out. If anything, it kept a little bit low. And that is probably what saved Man there from counting another boundary to her figures. So at the end of the over, 7 completed. It's 61 now for 2. So a bit of discussion there. Rosario probably explaining to her batting partner, Kambala Pali, that there are big gaps in the field and you don't have to force the issue. Just take it in stride. Play it on merit and see what happens. Rebecca Cleto is coming into the attack. So they just need 14 more runs. That's a lovely little drive that will cut that required figure by 1 to 62 now for 2. So the 13 required. Talk about Guyana needing a miracle. They need a big one because the Leeward Islands are coasting here. She was in 2 minds. Do I come forward or do I go back? Her natural tendency is to hang back in the crease there on the back foot and not too likely to come forward. But here she is waiting on this one, and the spin is going to get her the single. They thought about it, they talked about it, they had a long discussion, and then they decided against it. But Williams, or rather going one way, and then the next there was Isaacs, Tia Isaacs, and she could laugh about it now. And here's another one, swung away, and one bounce. But they will inch closer. 12 needed now, 63 for 2. And that brings Kambala Pali to strike, on strike. Down the wicket she goes. That's a brilliant shot. Drilled it all along the ground, past the fielder had long on, had just a couple meters to come across to her left, and she never had a chance. And that's a brilliant shot. She got to the pitch, extended that front leg a little bit, and then a nice sweet swing of the bat, gets it into the gap, 4 more to long on. She goes into the 30s, she's on to 32, 67 for 2, they're 8 away. And again, this time on the offside, the same result, 4 more. Down the ground she goes, and again the fielder at long on can't get across. That pushes them on to 71 for 2 now, and they're just 4 runs away from a victory. End of over number 8. 10 runs coming in that over, 8 of them off the last 2 deliveries. So, Kambala Pali is up to 36 from 20 deliveries, and Rosario is on 7 from 15. She will take strike to start over number 9. Man it is who is getting ready to face up to Rosario. And she's bowled a quicker delivery right up to her. She continues to play across the line, and she goes bowled for 7. And that makes it wicket number 3 here now. And it is 71 for 3. But really a gift there. Quicker delivery right up to her. And I think they worked out that Rosario wasn't prepared to come onto the front foot, so they kept the ball up to her and got the breakthrough that they needed. Aliyah Weeks. So Aliyah Weeks, who bowled well. Now they're going to ask her to try to stick around here and see this through. They just need 4 runs to get over the line. And swinging again to the fences, trying to probably get it over with quickly. And she's keen on coming back for a second run. She was just happy for 1, although there might have been the possibility of a second, but she didn't seem too interested. And in fact, it looks as if she's just kind of left it up to her teammate to do the needful. 1 swing away here now. She's 36. And they could get a couple if they hurry, but they seem just content with just the 1. So that takes it to 37 now. So Weeksu's 1. She goes the aerial route. That's a big hit. And it's going to bounce once and goes into the fence. So there is victory for the Leeward Islands. Weeks will remain 5 not out. Kambala Pali is 37 not out. And the Leeward Islands coast into victory here, 77-4-3 in the 9th over. And they won by 7 wickets in the end. So a comprehensive victory to the Leeward Islands, and they made it look ridiculously easy. And they just used up, 8 overs and 4 deliveries? And certainly looked like they meant business here. They knew this was a pivotal game for them. They didn't win the toss, but there's more than made up for it with the ball. First of all, limiting the Guyanese to 74 all out in 23 overs and 2 balls, and then they knocked that off in what turned out to be a walk in the park. 77-3, punctuated by Kambala Pali's 37 not out, 21 to Claxton. Rosario made 7 and Weeks made 5. And would you believe it, Boyles, another one of their dangerous openers, made a duck. She was unfortunately run out without facing a ball. But after that, it was one-way traffic, and that traffic was the ball running to the boundary with regularity. Again, congratulations to the Leeward Islands. They pick up a big win. Guyana suffer yet another defeat as they couldn't contain the top order of the Leeward Islands. 77-3 to win by 7 wickets and to put an exclamation point on this victory here today. So congratulations to them. And again, on behalf of the entire team, thanks so much for being with us. And do join us again on Thursday when we'll be back for another game in the 5th round of matches in the Rising Stars, Cricket West Indies Rising Stars Under-19 Women's Championship right here at the Diego Martin Sporting Complex, where, as we leave you, Guyana have just been beaten, and beaten soundly by the Leeward Islands, who won by 7 wickets.